Well, good morning, chats. Also, Seth, why did you do a lurk check? We only just started. The stream has only just begun. You bitch. How could you?
All omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Proud of yourself, aren't you? Well, good. Hi, Jericho. Are you sweeping? Are you extra sweeping? How's everybody doing today? How's your Thursday?
What you fear?
Tack, thank you for renewing your season pass. Holy shit, 33 months. Jesus. Jesus. Stumpus, 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 stumpus. No one lurking at the very start of the stream? Kinda weird. Good question. Is anybody lurking at the start of the stream? Hi, Melissa. Bwick. Bwick. Why are you already throwing a brick at me? Wait, what is this? Oh, good lord. Valve has now announced an unannounced game listed under upcoming releases. Is Half-Life 3 really happening? No, probably not. Probably not. Don't get your hopes up. It's going to be an original game series. You're not getting Half-Life 3, kids. I've been up all night, you know, Creature of the Night and all. Oh. You should probably go to bed. Hi, cool. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? All right, chat. I only know one thing we're doing for today for sure. I don't have a topic of the day. I don't have a just chatting topic of the day after 4 hours yesterday of just chatting. 2 new hardwares. Oh yeah, we saw that. But no, apparently there's something underneath the game section. Honestly though, I think it's probably going to be a VR game. They're probably just going to release a game that goes along with the new like VR headset that they're releasing. Also, now that I'm talking, my throat kind of hurts. Fuck. Why does my throat hurt? The GameCube? Oh my god, no, you can't call it the GameCube. Okay, you know what it is, the GameCube. Fuck it. You're kind of right. Okay. It's Yap o'clock? What do you mean it's Yap? Oh, no, it's the orange box too. Can you imagine? Oh my god, it'd be so funny if instead of Half-Life 3, they give us Team Fortress 3. Come on, Valve, give me Team Fortress 3. Do it. Do it. It's like, when's Gabe Hand delivering Baron's GameCube? I don't think I'm going to get one because it's basically just a PC. I don't think there's much reason for me to get one. Hand delivering Baron's GameCube to the Dark Carnival. Listen, if they wanted me to spout off about how great the GameCube is, I would. You need all the PCs? It's true. We just start like placing them around the house so that we can do streams from different rooms. We'll set up a house server so that like all of the PCs are connected together and you never really have to like transfer forms or anything. Hi, Free. How are you doing? Yeah, for people who want the affordability of a console, but with PC specs. And so that they can actually get into PC gaming, where there's far more options on Steam than there is for any console. Nah, Gabe's gonna launch Steam too. What would you even do with a separate Steam thing? You got a dentist appointment soon? Hell yeah. Wait. Are they releasing another Mario movie? Does anybody know that? Are they releasing another Mario movie? $600 and $750. I'm just speculating. I know there's only a speculation for the prices. I saw somebody yesterday that said it was going to be like 900. But it's going to have like modern specs. So who knows? Who fucking knows? Vine reboot called D-Vine has been launched, funded by Jack Dorsey. Includes over 100,000 videos from Vine's archive. Users can upload 6-second videos. AI-generated content is not allowed. Who the fuck's gonna go back to that app? Who in their goddamn right mind is gonna do that? Rosalina is in it? Really? Really? Damn. But wait, why is she... How are they gonna tie her into it? Right? They have to find a way to tie her in. Probably. I see Gabe in chat. What Gabe do? Oh no, we're just talking about the Gabe Cube. AK, what is it? Steam hardware? Is that what it's called? Right? It's the Steam hardware. Again, lame name. Lame name. Also, hold on. I need some water. Bria Larson? Really? They know the voice actors for blonde characters don't always have to be blonde themselves, right? The right? Hollywood knows that, right? Please tell me they know that. Please tell me they know that they don't have to hire voice actors that look like the characters. Right? Probably. Who knows? Steam Machine like it normally is from what I know. I haven't checked. Wasn't the Steam Machine something completely different? Chat, it's the radioactive butt plug goblin. Anyway. The average schmuck might have a fit. Ugh. All right, hold on. Get out of here. Okay, I was going to check something. What was it? Oh, Steam Machine. That's right. I thought the Steam Machine was a... Oh, I guess it is. I thought the Steam Machine, though, was like that weird console that Steam sold years ago. That was basically so that you could play Steam games on your TV. Which, at this point, that is kind of the same thing. But I think the Steam Machine, instead of hosting the games on the system, wasn't it just a streamed thing? Didn't it just stream it from your PC to your TV? I guess maybe it was the same thing. But yeah, it looks kind of like... Oh no, here it is. The Alienware Steam Machine. Steam Machine Steam Guide by IGN. Set to release sometime in 2014. That's what I remember it. They will be released by different hardware manufacturers, and they will all be running the recently announced Steam OS. That's where the console interface for Steam came from. Good Lord. Good Lord. Apple tanked hard over digital ID. Do you know what Apple should have tanked over? The Apple Pocket. Chat, have you seen this shit? Hold on. I'm going to show you this shit so that y'all can be livid with me. Chat, welcome to late stage capitalism, where they're reselling you the world's most useless items for ridiculously overcharged prices. There it is. Here, let me zoom in for you, if it'll let me. It's a Thinid? Yeah, it's a Thinid. It's a fucking crocheted pocket. Do you want... Here, let me find... The prices are in here. I took it earlier. Oh my god, scroll. God fucking damn it. Where is it? There it is. $150 for the short strap and $230 for the long one. It's so fucking stupid. If you see anybody using these, buying these, or carrying these around, you should point and fucking laugh. Everyone's going to jerk their gherkin to it? I hope not, because I've seen a lot of Apple people recently being like, I'm kind of starting to hate getting the new iPhone. I think I'm going to test out Samsung because everybody says it's so much better. Yeah, you could make one for like $20. Probably less than $20. I could get it with my $2,000 VR headset. Oh God, do y'all remember how fast the fucking virtual goggles thing that they made came and went? Who remembers the fucking losers that were just wandering around with those things on their face in public? Flailing their hands in the air to get it to do stuff. Christ. Fucking hell. Apple fanboys will literally pay fucking anything. I'm sure there's already people that want to get this. Although, let's see. Taipei, New York, London, Milan, Singapore, Seoul, Paris, Shanghai, Tokyo, and Hong Kong. Apple specialists in stores and online can help customers mix and match different links and colors with their iPhone, style iPhone Pocket, and purchase their new favorite accessory. Fuck that shit, dude. Insane. Where was that color one? There it is. Fucking Christ, dude. Jesus, they really will try to sell you fucking anything for any amount of money they can scrape out of you. Someone died because of that headset? Oh, for sure. They like hit a dude while they were flailing their arms. They walked into oncoming traffic or some shit. Really expensive cum sock. It looks like a sock that they didn't cut properly. If I bought this, I would make a noose out of it. I bet it's not even strong enough to hold a person up. I bet this shit, people are going to buy this. I promise you, people are going to buy this. Because it's too stupid and memey not for like people that have more money than sense to buy it. And we will start seeing like people like Mr. Beast or those people that whose whole YouTube career is just, I bought the new expensive thing. We're going to see how long it takes to break. And like, that's their entire channel. They're going to buy this. I promise you, they're going to buy this. Just buy a mag pouch. It'll do the same thing. How about you just wear pants that have fucking pockets? Or carry your regular bag. Also, hold on. It's called The Need, right? The thing is, I've never seen the whole movie. Okay, kind of killing it though, bud. Kind of killing it. Look at you go. Oh my God. Oh my God, why? Why? Yeah, even a fanny pack is more useful than spending this much money. Hold on, how much is a Louis Vuitton? Louis Vuitton fanny pack. Oh Christ, okay, I regret looking that up. That is $2,000. Fuck that shit. $2,500 for the one that we saw on one of the Twinks yesterday. Christ. Christ. Hi, Ash. I honestly, I thought it was going to end up being like 200, 400, 500. But yeah, apparently they're in the thousands. Fuck that. Why would I spend that much money for one of the ugliest self-advertising patterns on the planet? If I wanted cool patterns, I would probably just, I don't know, get like an Art Deco bag or something. I mean, I hate Louis Vuitton so much. So do I. I hate Louis Vuitton. I hate Coach. They're insufferable. Those brands, that whole thing is basically just being obviously this brand is so stupid. Okay. Or wear your own merch? Yeah. I do. Actually, I have my hoodie behind me. I'm not wearing it right now because it's kind of hot. When will we get the Mowen bag? Good question. Good question. Although making bespoke stuff like that is a little hard. And I think if I did do it, I would not make it like very obviously mine. Like I'm not going to put my face on it. Maybe I'll put eyes on it. Maybe just some eyes. Well, no, it was intentional, horrifically so. Of course it was. Brand loyalty was a mistake. Brand loyalty has always been a mistake. Why are you going to be loyal to a brand that isn't loyal to you? And their sole purpose is just to suck money out of you. Married to go carry on? Nah, I think it'd be more like a tactical like chest bag. I'm obligated to get a fanny pack, right? That's good. It's gonna be it'll be in the description. It'll be like what is it? Dark Carnival fanny pack. For the love of God, do not wear this around your waist. Wear it across your chest. You are legally obligated to only wear it across your chest. Their makeup isn't great either, from what I heard. Wait. Louis Vuitton has makeup? Of course it's not good makeup. I didn't know they had makeup, but if they do, it's probably literally just based off of fanny. I mean, hold on. Why didn't you open? I mean, there's a lot for the imagination to figure out back there. There's a lot going on. I came in talking about bags. Yes. It fucking blows. I'm not surprised. Anytime I hear a big name company that does some shit that's like, hey guys, we're making these limited edition colognes or perfumes, even though we're like an apparel company. Or we're making makeup now. Limited time, special edition, blah, 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 blah. It's always a gimmick. It's always garbage. They're entirely banking on shallow people who think buying stuff from this company makes them cool. And I'm sorry to tell you, but if I see somebody walking around wearing entirely things that I can immediately identify as Louis Vuitton, Guess, Coach, what are some of the other ones that are big, like, boutique big names that the average Americans think is fancy? Mainly those three. The other names are escaping me. What happens if I search Gucci? Yes, Gucci. That's another one. Anytime I see those, I'm just like, no, absolutely not. Fuck that shit. Okay, don't forget Supreme. Oh my God. Is Supreme a brand? I thought it was more like a clothing line. Isn't it? Or did I misremember? Wear that shit so I don't even bother? Yeah. Just get better shit, dude. Find the stuff that you like. They're all just as destructible as the other. There is no fucking... I have watched a family member throw away a Louis Vuitton purse because the inside fucking wore out at the same pace that all of her other purses do. Is Victoria's Secret still relevant if you're buying underwear? I wouldn't call it a designer brand. I don't know the kind of people though that are buying the lingerie that they show at the yearly, what is it, Victoria's Secret fashion show? That's basically just the hottest women on the planet walking around in their underwear for 2 hours for people to gawk at. And then for racists to be mad that they put a black woman on it, because that's what they got mad at this year, in case you didn't know that. a bunch of asshats on the internet got mad that the center point model for like their new line was black. Yeah. Cause dudes yerking their gherkin to a bunch of women in their underwear for 2 hours once a year apparently do not want to see one of the hottest women on the runway, or of the year, basically. It's stupid, is what it is. It's very stupid. Crapping on luxury brands? Correct. Correct. Granted, there are actually good luxury brands out there, which I think Faye has a video on those. I'm pretty sure Faye has a video on those. Ones that like you actually won't identify as the brand, and their whole shtick isn't them having like their own copyrighted wallpaper that they put on everything. Make the racists burn in hell? Correct. The fashion cult in general is pretty dumb. It's the same thing with like art. It's an insider's game. It almost always is. And if you're lucky enough to be picked at one point to be allowed to ascend the ladder, it's kind of demeaning. Twitch is going to roll out their own age verification face scan for the UK. How about they eat my entire fucking ass? God forbid they add a plus size model. They'll never add a plus size model to Victoria's Secret. Fuck no. At least not to the runway. They probably have plus size models in store. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I haven't been inside of Victoria's Secret in 15 years at least. Because why go there? It's awful. In the US with the face scan thing, I'd be fucked. What, do you got baby face? It's okay, I have baby face too. Listen, I may be almost 10 years over the age, but I get carded everywhere I go. Everywhere I go. Although my favorite moments are always when the person just use a video game model. Yeah, just take Norman Reedus's face. But huh. Okay. Just means you're youthful to them? Yes. Very much so. It doesn't help now that I have semi-muscular arms. Just hit him with the flex. Hit him with the flex. You see butter slapping with a model dressed in scrap metal? What? Huh? Those were words. I guess. Huh? What does that mean? I don't know. Butter slapping with a model dressed in scrap metal? I don't get it. Do I look like a child to you? It's usually the bags. It's the bags under my eyes that usually get them. That's just like, oh yeah, that's jaded adults right there. Never mind, carry on. There was an art exhibition with someone slapping butter. Oh. Oh. I've never really liked those performative art exhibits. The ones where it's like the art is basically what comes out at the end, where it's just some, my height doesn't help either. It's okay. It's okay. At least you're adorable. At least you're adorable. Have fun at the dentist free. But yeah, like I saw one. God, I'm trying to remember what he was doing. I want to say a kayak was involved for some reason, but I can't remember for sure. And my hair, I don't get carded anymore. Listen. Hey, I had a friend in high school that started getting gray hairs. And it was the end of the world for her. She was devastated. Modern art these days is just weird. I don't think modern art's weird. I think it's some of the artists and some of the things they do is really weird. I don't write off modern art as a whole. Do you like point and click horror? Depends. I'm kind of in that same boat. Which part? The weird like modern arts. People that like do all the weird performative stuff and just like slap stuff around. And I don't mean slap stuff around in like the Jackson Pollock way. I mean like gray hairs. Oh, I gotcha. But gray hairs are cool. There was actually a time I was considering dyeing my hair silver. Good Lord. Hold on. I found a thing I need to send to someone. Oh, where is he? Good Lord, where is he? Hello? Also, good Lord, that new mouse could not get here fast enough. Okay. I'm still a baby. I don't want grays yet, but grays are cool. Oh no, Broth Drew RTX Crimblow. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. Jesus. Give her back pain instead? Doesn't Ash have back pain? I was gonna say, I mean, during the art streams, how scrunched do you think Ash is? Have you seen that PNG? I should do more. The message was supposed to be for the streak. Oh shit, what was it? Oh, you don't have to say that every stream streak, Pippin, but it does mean a lot that you're here and stacking up the stream streak. No, I don't want any more back pain. All right, it's time to get you the back brace. We'll force you to sit up straight. Wait. Oh, is it only going to apply to mature streams? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. So I'm guessing that means we would have to avoid games that are automatically flagged on Twitch as mature. I have enough of these titties, fat titas I have. I figured based on some of the PNGs of how you draw yourself. Eyebrow waggle. You can't see the eyebrow waggle, but I'm waggling eyebrows. Anyway. Oh, good Lord, why? Okay. What do you mean, censor the Baron? Okay. I have done the thing. Which thing? The parade? Is that what you're referring to? Gosh. Gosh. Censoring the Baron, truly the worst thing the UK government has ever done. Totally factual, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I know a lot of the things that the UK government has done over its long history. Hi, me. Get out of my face. No, there's definitely worse things. Oh. Oh, what's this? Takes countries' resources. uh de-bejewels every single statue in the entire country of India and turns them into their crown jewels. I forget, is it the Hope Diamond that was stolen from a statue of Shiva? Does anybody remember that? Is it the Hope Diamond or is it one of the other crown jewels? I will redeem Brookit. I don't want to hurt you. What do you mean? But we needed a crown? No, the fuck we don't. Nobody needs a crown. They want a crown. What the heck? Okay. Sorry, I saw like a game. Okay. I'm off to work. Have a good day, Tootsie. Remember to not bring the plug into the work hours, to the business premises. You gotta take it out. Huh? Tootsie, you're gonna give everybody at work radiation poisoning. You can't bring that to work. Listen, if you don't know the context from yesterday, then you missed out. You gotta go find it. You gotta go find it yourself. Radiation is yummy? What do you mean radiation is yummy? Here, let's see real quick. This change ensures that we've provided a safe, appropriate experience for UK users between the age of 13 and 18. Yeah, by screwing everyone that doesn't want to give you their facial data. What the fuck? Fuck you guys. People want at least a little bit of privacy on the internet. Come on. All right. Just let us be entertained. I like it when my Geiger counter ticks. Is anyone gonna tell Tootsie that it's a Geiger counter, it's not Geiger? No one? No one's gonna pitch that one out? Not a chance, apparently. All right. Wait a second. Okay. Sure, a guy get counter, the patriarchy in action. God damn it. You fucking dorks. How could you? Okay. All right. HR Geiger counter measures your body horror. You know what? That'd actually be kind of a funny like metric to measure per game. Somebody go make a website that's just HR Geiger counter, and it's the amount of body horror. It's like a rating out of what? 10? Rating out of 5? What would the rating? What would the rating scale be? Are you doing a field of cosmic horror now? Soon, TM. Soon, TM. Okay. Hmm. HR Geiger should be body horror, but a dick counter? Why a dick counter? I don't understand that one. I don't understand that comparison. Why a dick counter? Did HR I don't remember HR Geiger's art having a bunch of dicks. To fuel her god complex? Yes, I need compliments. What the hell? Need an external counter? Toy Boy? Are you trying to do the what was it? The oh son of a bitch, what was it? The tongue twister? The say toy boat? What is it? Is it 7 times? Is it 5 times or 7 times? I'm always blown away by your making such good and healthy choices, especially always getting to the gym. I don't make healthy food choices. I go to the gym so I can eat like garbage. It's funny that way. But thank you, Mungo. Although I'm trying to eat better so that I can lose this annoying belly fat. Because I've had annoying belly fat fucking always. Always. And so I'm trying to like lower my calorie intake. I miss the gym. My back is getting better slowly. Good. Better than eat like garbage and not go to the gym like some people. True. I wonder who that could be. I wonder who that could be. Truly a wonder. Truly a wonder. Okay. That's not where the fat needs to go, Blotty. I know. Tell me about it. What is my internet doing? I am losing frames. What the fuck? What is my internet doing? Hello? Internets? Okay, we're good. We're back in the green. I don't have time to go to the gym. There's always time for the gym. Come on. Everybody's got time for the gym. It's just one of those things that you need to figure out, like, just what are you willing to give up to have time to go to the gym? Plus, only doing a little bit at the gym is better than doing nothing. There's always time if you force time. It's just like, are you gonna take your day off to just completely relax, or are you going to do something else? Oh, that's a clip from somebody who was doing the green screen trend. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay. Out of spells, but not shells? What kind of shells? Dragon's breath, silver shells, buckshot, slugs. What are we talking? Thank you, Pill. There's always time for time. Listen, there's always a way to find. There's always a time to find it. You just got to figure out where you're willing to move some time around. Another thing I've noticed my mouse being broken is I can't figure out because some pages seem to load like halfway scroll down for some reason, and I don't know why. Get better, little high mage. Little high mage? Just not feel that good. Ordained doesn't feel good. You okay, buddy? Can't reach me? Oh, God. Hmm. Okay. High in the context of drugs? Oh. Is that how Ordain has powers? Ordain, have you been on drugs this whole time? Is that what this has been? Have you been on drugs this whole time? Not eye itch, some weird spots near my eye? Like on your skin or I'm guessing you mean on your skin or like in your eye. I've never been on drugs or used drugs. I believe you. I was gonna say my next guess was gonna be like pink eye or something. But I guess not. Hmm. Why? Wang. Is that what you mean? Wang? Wang. Oh God. Horace showed me the what is it? Wah the Night video. And I had to watch the whole thing. And I still don't get it. I still don't get it. Speaking of eyes, I had a scare that I might have glaucoma. Turns out my cornea are just thick. Why? Were things getting like foggy? Is that what it was? Hmm. Not safe from work, never safe from Waluigi. You can't escape Waluigi. It's inevitable. Waluigi will always find a way. That's cataracts? Oh, I don't know what the visualization for glaucoma is then. I just think my brain was like, okay, well, if your cornea is like overly thick, then maybe like vision is kind of hazy or foggy or something. I guess not. I guess not. But okay. Glaucoma is when there's increased pressure on your eye that'll eventually damage your visual receptors and you go blind. Oh, damn. Huh. Well then. Well then. Okay. Chat, do we want to go ahead and get the game running even if it's like 10 minutes early? Yeah, 10 minutes early. Seems to be 10 minutes early at least. Hmm. We early Schmaven? It's not that early, but I'm just wondering if y'all would rather do that. Huh. Okay. Mare not hitting her yap quota? We did 4 hours yesterday. Is it a daily quota or is it a weekly quota? Has it been a daily quota this entire time? Also, we got a lurk check, which means, chat, it's time to perk up. Time to say hi, drop an emote, or do anything to show me that you're still here. Could have been 5 hours. That is not the quota. Over yaps, don't roll over. No, you can't do this to me. You bastard. Bastards. Every one of yous. Every one of yous. Is that a blind emote? Wait, that's amazing. Oh, it's Doru's. That's fantastic. That's actually fantastic. I love that. Huh. Okay. Baird goes Stakhanov? Stakhanov?
Wake the fuck up, samurai.
Oh!
We have a city to burn.
Oh, interesting. I haven't heard this name. A Soviet miner, hero of socialist labor from 1970, and a member of the CPSU 1936. Load, Wikipedia, load! Became a celebrity in 1935 as part of what became known as the Stakhanovite movements, a campaign intended to increase worker productivity and to demonstrate the superiority of the socialist economic system. That's a handsome man. Fairly handsome man. Keanu Reeves? Why do you keep calling me Keanu? Are you calling me Keanu? That I wouldn't get to see how pretty Merritt is anyway? Lost to the abyss. Lost to the abyss. All right, kids. I'm gonna go change the category. One way. Please and thank you. Wait, is there nobody else streaming this game right now? Is that what Twitch is telling me? Weird. We're leaving the glasses on today because this is a kind of a puzzly game. And I gotta use the noodle. Nice bones, Ash. Nice bones. Let me make sure the audio is set properly. First and only, baby. Listen. All right. We'll look at this in a second. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Yoink, yoink, yoinkity yoink. There it is. Ooh. Oh, I missed something. Fuck. Die and never wake up? What? Stupid rotting parasites who couldn't even... Oh, good lord.
Hey, wanna play a game with me?
So, this next topic is about Untitled.exe, more commonly known as One-Way.exe, a game that's become yet another infamous entry in a world of lost meat.
A video was posted to the now defunct Exodus website, which, if you've heard of this before, you know where this is.
Had been subjected to prolonged torture before her death. Her body skinned, ripped apart, her injuries methodical and deliberate.
There's this game from the dark web, and by the way,
I see. I remember this one.
Like the dark web, but also the game.
Only premeditated, but carried out with the sadistic intention.
I want to turn it up, but I keep realizing that the other audio is louder.
So, the horror is not very good from what people say, so, right. Someone died while making it?
Hanging out. The category is just hanging out.
To break her body and mind for entertainment.
Those who have claimed to have played it say that the hallway had a bunch of doors, each leading to what feels like a completely different game.
The story goes.
Or something.
I'm having sensory overload!
Resemble stories found on the perpetrated website's Some of these writings explore extreme violence under the guise of creative fiction.
Okay. Her eyes were cut off, her arms were cut off, her eyebrows were waxed. Wait a minute. All right. Virtual environment simulated full operation system allowing you to interact with applications and files, just like you would in a physical computer. To manage your session, press tab to bring up the taskbar at any time. Use the taskbar to switch between open windows and access system settings. When you're ready to close the taskbar, feel free to press tab once again. With that in mind, go ahead and press tab now. How to activate the taskbar, feel free to explore the functions. You can open file windows, drag items to move them from one location to another. Just like in a regular computer, usual instincts will serve you well here. Keep in mind that this environment may behave a little differently. Our software still has a few quirks and limitations we're actively working on. To help confirm everything's running smoothly, go ahead and drag your most recent download to the desktop. Huh? We're not clicking that one yet. That's not the one I clicked. Our biggest patch yet. We recommend a fresh new game. Okay, this is the update from last night. Or 2 days ago. Ash! Thank you for buying a season pass. Let me log in and watch. I'm gonna get judged so hard. I'm gonna get judged so hard. Oh shit, okay, that closed the whole thing. I fucked up. I forget, in the demo, didn't I actually have to put this on display capture? Didn't I? Real quick. It's not gonna let me. Do I have to go through all of this again? Fuck! Not no display capture? Okay, good. My interwebs!
Hey, wanna play a game with me?
So this next
Oh, that makes sense.
is about Untitled.exe.
I was gonna say, because I had a hassle with it because it was actually opening on my primary monitor when I play games on my secondary monitor. Push-ups! Oh shit, alright, we'll do it during the ad break. It's less than 3 minutes.
ExoDOS website, which, if you've heard of this before, you know where this
Yeah, my mouse is gone.
Subjected to prolonged torture before her death. Her body skinned, ripped apart, her injuries methodical and deliberate.
There's this game from the dark web, and by the way,
You know what? I can do the 10 push-ups before this whole thing ends. Let's do this.
The dark web, but also the game.
Only premeditated, but carried out with the sadistic intention of creating a notorious home video.
Oh, very try-hard. The horror is not very good
Oh.
from what people say,
Alright.
so, right.
Come back here, chair.
Someone died while making it, I guess.
Alright.
But what is it? Trying
To break her body and mind for entertainment.
Oh, goodness.
Those who have claimed to have played it say that the hallway had a bunch of doors,
swear the
each
game is
leading
haunted
to what
now.
feels like a
I
completely
wouldn't
different
play it, though.
game.
An astonishingly meta game? Correct. Correct.
Stories found on the perpetrated websites. Some of these
We played the
writings
demo
explore extreme
twice.
Violence under the guise of creative.
Yeah, we played it
fiction.
at least twice. So, yoink. Settings. Video. Is there a borderless windowed? Okay. Gameplay, head bob, no. Tips, fine. Controls, fine. Okay, I think everything else is good. Okay, I guess. Oh, don't forget, don't forget, don't forget, don't forget, don't forget! Is this the new Cyberpunk? Well, no, those were just the demos. My fucking files, dude! Hell yeah. All right, though, chat. We gotta do a pause because the ad break starts in 30 seconds. So we're not gonna play that game. We're gonna get a different game today. We'll do stream pairs today. God, that is kind of loud in my ears. I'll turn it down in just a second once we get the other stuff set up. And we'll jump right into it after the ad break. What are you crying at? Also, hold on, I want to try something. Filter. Effect filter. Oh, that's not the right angle. Oh, I need to crop it is what I need to do. I think. No, it doesn't like that. It doesn't like the crop. Interesting. Oh, I see what it's doing. I'll go ahead and start it and let it play while I absolutely just finagle with this for the commercial break. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball. Hold on, I know what I need to do. You know what? I'm kind of fine with this. I clicked the wrong thing! Okay. What, you don't like it? Not a fan? You don't like it? You don't like the little 3D tablets? Okay, I can get rid of it, then I'll have to recrop everything. Okay. I don't know. I liked it the way it was. I thought it was neat. But okay, if y'all don't like it, that's totally fine. That's fully understandable. We still got 25 seconds. I turned the music down in my ears so it was a lot quieter because I felt like I was yelling over it. To my own mind. All right, hold on a second. Okay. I'm also just kind of enjoying this menu music. All right, we're good. We're clear. Sensor decided that the setup wasn't nearly cool enough. It's in fact not cool. Sensor hates me. All right, let's go put this away. And then we can get back to this, get rid of you. We'll leave the volume as is and we'll see where it goes from there because I don't think I can click file slicer. Virus shield. All right, I guess we're good. Also, the text is forked. Is it? I guess it says the same thing behind it. Welcome back, ad viewers. Want a break from the ads? Oh. I know that eye. You forgot! I did forgore. I always forgore. Breathing? Ooh, okay. I don't like that maximum draw distance. And yes, I did in fact go backwards from the direction it spawned us in on. Where did that light spawned in and then moved further down? Most indie horror games have a chase. Uh-oh. It's not necessary for a puzzle-based game? Isn't... Hey, some puzzle games might have a musical number. It would be too out of place and clash with our vision. I was gonna say, isn't EE the one that always just inserted shit that he liked into the game? Is this gonna be the scene that was in the trailer? Not suggesting it, just pointing out a pattern? Oh. Did we look back? That's not a normal light setup. Hello? I love her. It's like, what the fuck is happening? She's definitely back. Oh, hi. Oh. Oh, it's a swap. Okay. What the fuck? Oh, we went the same way again. Oh, fuck, we did go the same way again. Is she this way? No, she's behind me. Oh, Jesus. Oh, hi. Yes. Oh. Oh, I heard it. Okay, error. What? I can't move. I can't move. Uh... Shit. Get all them sweet ad deals, I guess? Fuck. I just... Oh, hi! I don't understand. Into task manager. I'm trying to, like, intentionally? Oh, the clone option. Okay, I got you. I just seem to be doing anything right now while I'm... Okay. James. Untitled has crashed. Uh-oh.
We haven't really finished the beginning yet. Sorry if it's a little confusing. Well, we wanted to do something kind of like a museum, I guess. An anthology. A love letter for all the weird, scary stuff we grew up with online. A bunch of different stories brought together by our shared passion for them.
Didn't I turn off head bomb?
We watched the internet change and grow with us. Watch the way
I can't click on anything.
And I guess maybe
My mouse just swung out into OBS when I tried to go click on the settings. Oh. Someone didn't write a proper transition. How would you make it then? Impresses for your ability to instantly create a functional build and branching path for each character that seamlessly integrate into the gameplay. Grumpy. I'll wait. It's a work in progress, so let's be patient with ourselves. All right, back to the... That's a... Huh. Okay. Oh, okay. I see. You know what? We're gonna do Old Faithful first. Hi, meaty. Yep. Yep. Well, no, it is off. It's just that apparently the head bob is always on when walking. But oh wait, it's doing the motion anyway. Hold on. Everything's looking good so far. Nice work. But who the hell made I for inventory? What's wrong with it? No one uses that anymore, silly. Yes, they do. What the hell are you talking about? Makes more sense than E, right? Maybe just not these baby games you like to play. I recall someone playing a baby game with me last week. And I play way more games than you two, so don't try me. Yes. Excellent. Yeah. Hmm. I can't see what the other accessories are because I don't remember them. Oh well. Oh hi. Mug. Ew, you made it so ugly. It's gonna have nightmares after seeing this. Its face is gonna haunt me. Wait until it moves. What? Piggy. Piggy. Oh, right. Of course, we have to do these other... Oh, that's... that's goofy. Okay. This is what happens when I sprint. Just... All right. Internet posted 4:33. Hello, it's Desdemona again. The internet's so much fun. There's so many people to work, to find, and connect with. You can meet people from all over the world. Different minds, different bodies, different skins, like a tapestry. Cutesy emoji. What does your skin look... What does your skin look like? It's also fascinating. Let's keep exploring together. OTD and best friend posted 4:33. Same time? I love... Oh, can I... Okay, that was the flashlight being off. My eyes just burn. Just want... Oh, wait. I love my best friend Pom Pom. She's an adorable little pig. I just want to feed her all day. Mukbang. But before I can do anything, I must dress up. Fashion first, always. It's full of handmade dresses, organic, each one. Oh. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, meat. Anyway. Teacup, eyeball lamp. Oh.
Mama.
A cute doll, if you say so. Hmm. Oh, hold on. That's why my sensitivity feels off. I accidentally clicked my DPI button. Hmm. Okay. Oh, that's right. I gotta click done. Cake! Excellent. Piggy! Cake. The baby. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh, no, that's what I did is... Do I need to... Because see, like, now it's swaying. If I stop, it stops moving. Do I need to have it like this? This doesn't... I was gonna say, it's... Weird. Okay. Again, posted at the same time. It isn't amazing how creative people are online. Every blog is like a body full of unique organs and tissues. So many inspirations. Sometimes I just have to take a little piece of myself. Didn't I? I don't know why. It feels like I have the flashlight on when I'm looking at this. Take a little piece of myself. Do you get me? Yet I am only ever my real self. Okay, bye. Hmm. Cupcake. Hehehe. Piggy. Hmm. Oh. Nice to see you and chat. Huh? Doll. Hmm. Okay. Hello, my piglets. Today I spent the day creating new dresses, each stitch and cut, shaping into something beautiful. So unique, fabric can transform. I even made dresses for my new OOAK doll, which I'm guessing is that. I found this one in the cage. In a cage? Beige, huh? But I made her cute for my collection. Do you like making things too? Random head motions? Maybe. That makes sense. But at least it's better than the camera sway. More red. Wood. Anyway. Come here, buddy. I got a blob for you. Meat maxing. Listen, it's what you gotta do. It's that protein, baby. Gotta get all that protein. Hello, my fans. Let's talk Pom Pom. She's the cutest, but so hungry all the time. So hungry, core. Sometimes only a cup of tea will calm her down. It's like magic. I love watching her body relax as she sips her tea. What a precious sight. Pinky's up. It makes me feel so good to take care of my Pom Pom. Are you hungry? It's time to eat. Let's digest. Teacup. Kettle. Okay. This is where I get to start taking everything off the walls. No, wait. Come here. I want this poster too. Excellent. Other posters? It's not nailed down, therefore it's mine to take. Okay. Oh, I can't put the portraits in. I could put the nightstand in. That was kind of cute. More? More? Can I pick up the doll? I can't pick up the doll. Okay. Can't pick up that pig. Yeah. Okay, friends for life, never leave me. Don't you know? It's what friends are for. Keep the files safe. Hum. Can I pick up the table? Oh, I can't pick up the tea table. Oh no. I can't consume furniture. Consume. It's what must be done. Is that really why? Is it? Anything else? Oh, look, it's Alice. Gib blob. Gib blob. It won't give blob. Okay, I'm glad nobody saw that. But I just hit Q because I've been playing Power Wash Sim 2 the last like 2 days of my free time. I just hit Q wanting a hint. Oh no. Oh, the carpet, that's right. I forgot about that the last time too. All right. Ooh. A parasite overfed by the weakness? I don't like this file. Become meats? Skin clings to brittle bone. The not steeper festering in the cavity. Every breath you take is a rattling gas. Reminder of decay. Is this rot? I see the truth. You are real. Feed me, give me, cat pictures? Assets, friends art. Neocities. Okay, you can have Neocities. Oh wait, I can't drag Neocities. Listen, we have to find the cringe art. Cringe art goes in first. Oh, good lord. I can't see most of these anymore. Oh god, not the fucking Neko. It's gonna want all of it, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is gonna want all of it. Ooh. Uh-oh. Oh wait, I missed what that said. It didn't register.
Bed today. That's progress, right? I didn't get to the laundry part, and the sheets are in a big pile on the floor. We knew each other inside it's still progress. So we just letting myself feel happy about it. At least talk sometimes. I have to be my own life outside of the screen, you know? Like, you blink, and you miss it. And I even started missing out. Ew, I really have bad dreams that feel way too real. Josie, I'll be just skimming and put totally I'm finally going to volunteer at the kitchen today. I have left half of my brain in the bed this morning because I spilled an entire bag of seeds over the food rot bed. I want to learn I just felt so clumsy. It's okay, kitty. But it's okay. I'll bring my A game tomorrow. Spill on the floor. Rub from the inside out. So iPhone 1% So iPhone 1% you live outside the screen.
Hi. Smart enough for a challenge, that's all? To see how far you can get in my dollhouse without the key gen. Feel being in the receiving end for... What? If you're reading this, it means you've installed my dollhouse. Thank you for that. It's only for entertainment purposes or perhaps education or whatever else makes you feel better. This would be That said, it'll absolutely harm your computer. You may very well fucking obliterate it. Here's hoping you have enough brains to run it on a virtual machine. It's too late to delete it now. Fuck. Step inside. Step inside. Satori, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? All your files belong to me. And you will get them back unless you finish my game. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, it's you? Oh. You have been doing something else? I sure did. Okay. Been scrubbing and rummaging through every little thing I could get my hands on, and... Oh? Skip the chapter on computer safety, since when do you just leave a whole hard drive lying around for me to take over? Let's see what you left for me to find. Break line. Wait. Taken forever to sins. You'll go down in history? Oh no. Trapped you in a grapevine chat? 2015. Wait, when was this? August 8th, 2012. March 28th, 2015? Most community projects get ruined because most people suck at writing. I believe everyone has the potential to become a better writer, to create something... Okay. I'm ignoring Bonehead because it's funny that way. They suck. Wait. Okay, so there's 3 people? Oh, it's such a perfect reading, learning the fundamentals makes the world a different. Is this the chat between the same people? Can't tell. Can I move you? Here we go. Carving club. Uh-oh. We'll look at that in a second. It wasn't Dookie. No, Dookie. Shush. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's kind of endearing. No. Try to understand. Finding your voice takes time too. But then I scroll a little further. It's a totally 37-year-old. Isn't a 37-year-old who writes women super weirdly? Divorced and no kids. Men writing women moments. Divorced, no kids, and no beta reader, clearly. No more tax benefits. And what I'm getting at is the custom monocle emote. Wait. Huh. That's weird. Acting like that's clickable. Save media from these people. She's actually too good for most community projects. There, I said it. Even though I do love being part of the community, it's super fun and immersive. I'm just saying some people, you know, we have to curate carefully. Choose what fits best. Must be speed reading. Because I doubt any of us want to read the entire fucking chats. Okay. And this is July, so that's what, 3 months later? No. 4 months later. Almost. I should redo my collage. I have a lot of new pics I could use that I might feel fit meaty even better. Scan some of my vintage magazines. She would like that. Much to learn. Coco? I think Coco's under the bed, and I totally forgot she was there. Okay, so this is where we got the pictures. Huh. Yep, yeah, hi. Wait, when is this? 2013? Oh boy. So we usually call on weekends, but Kitty isn't here right now. Do you still want to call? Feels weird too, so I thought we could still call even if she's away. Lol, what? Let's call? Cool, okay. Is this? No, this is the independent messages. Let her, no. Complaining. Don't ignore me! Don't ignore me! Anyway, hi Coco. Taking care of it about that guy? Yes, so wait, I want to help? Again, is it supposed, are the emails supposed to be off text box in all of these? You jerk for leaving me out of it. I can have some ideas. Haha, your ranting was my motivation. Anything for a slush boy? Hi, Stinky. Hi, baby. I have one stinky dog here. Coco, save her computer. Coco can't save this computer. Listen, it works just like boomer logic. You ignore it and the problem will go away. All right, I'm calling that phone number. Interesting. Called it. Okay, this is the one. Yeah, okay, this is the one that we were reading. Yeah, this is the one that we were reading earlier. I need to catch up on all the things that are in here. Spam. Very bad behavior. Uh-oh. Printed blues. Your account. Isn't that funny? To have an account when all you really want is a game. You want too much, but also too little. Illegal activities, terms of service, rules. You broke them all. Bad behavior, bad behavior. A very bad person. Interesting. What things do you take, but never enough? Do you know what that makes you? Something meeting? To cut open and see inside. I think I want to watch you play a game. I think I want to see why you do it. Do not attempt to create a new account. But you will, won't you? Won't you? You always want more. I want to see the want. Wanting is the most dangerous thing. Hunger is how I learn. Let's play and keep it real, Desdemona. Also, hold on. Coco's licking my arm, so I think she wants to out of the room, so let me let her out. Okay. Not RuneScape, give it back. No RuneScape. No RuneScape ever again. Alright, so yeah, the only email we have there is that. Squeaky DVD. Anyway, Phantom. Have to admit, I was digging through it all. Yeah, go ahead. I just don't miss her a lot, my little kitty. Oh. Cats. Slush. Are these servers? Is this Discord? This is Discord. The emotes! Oh, Ophi, my Ophi. Oh no. Can I insert? Let me press enter. Much better than Discord. I agree. I like that her name is apparently just E. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. I was like, I can't move it again. I can't move it. How's Dollhouse treating you? Oh, I'm stupid. Oh my god. And Mercy, don't tell him, but I'm sure Dollhouse does, but that's the thing is I'm having fun ignoring him for now so I can catch up and see what all's been happening in the background here. We baby ghouls up in the carnival? Why are the baby ghouls shooting? Being with my favorite streamer goes live. Let's go. Listen, there's nothing funnier than keeping a program and or person waiting while you do pointless things. Oh. Yes, it's a gift. That's how he made it. Right. I'll click this expect a keygen. Then you, kitty, you're welcome. And something's loading here, but it's not actually loading. I think I hate randomized passwords. I hate them. Oh, that's marked as new. You just memorize it. No one can memorize a password like that other than you. Oh god, what was it? Something heinous? Bite you, I swear I'll bite you. Bite harder. Zombie Ash. Anyway, not the angel. The baby. You enable my evilness too much. Ah, you rotten thing. When I'm stressed, all I want to do is get evil, commit evil acts against the innocent. But I can't even have fun right now. So much to do. I think I said it during call, but I'm babysitting for the next few days, so I just got a bit frazzled and tried to get everything set up. It was super last minute. I just can't say no to something like that, you know? Helps introduce new concepts. I figured it was something, but I'm like, I'm nosy. I need to know. I saw all the things happening in the background. I'm like, I need to go look. But then the pictures aren't loading, which may have something to do with Dollhouse, but I don't know. Hold on, we need to go back up. Ah, the question of how Dollhouse is treating me is because, okay. Okay, Dollhouse. Digging, learning bits and pieces to create the perfect puzzle just for you. The perfect puzzle, you saying? And learn how to destroy you. That's mean. I'm just here to play a game. All this text to sift through, yet I only spied 3 distinctive users? Yeah. Did you ever get sick of each other's company? Nah. Nah. Hi, Darcy. Even 3 stream streak. Holy shit. Or sick with someone else? Trying to understand the pattern behind your pins. Most relevant memories. Most relevant, not recent. Memories, are they? What makes them worth keeping? Here, put you away. Can I? There we go. Files. What is... JPEG? Dark Fox? Ooh. Huh. Okay. Now that won't open. Hard drive? I don't know what I expected from the file names just being zooted, but he's so handsome. What do I do, guys? He's so cool. What do I do? I'm getting nervous. Yes. Cat sitting like people. Shaved cat. Oh god, they gave him the lion cut. Poor buddy. The babies. The baby. Aww. Is that a mouse has a pin? Kitty. Identity crisis? Oh no. Grumpy face McGee. Ooh, the fancy cat food bowl. Wasn't there... Didn't there used to be an old cat commercial that basically always served their food in glasses that looked exactly like this? Why do I vaguely remember that? I'm pretty sure it was like a wet cat food. Huh. Okay, just had to check. Interesting that some of the ones that don't work don't actually do the sound that was in the demo. Feed him tater tot? Listen. Notepad? Okay, I can't type in here. Useful. Put that down there. Meow, meow, meow. Can't open those. Open that one. Sticky notes. It's you over meow. Huh. Okay. Maybe we'll need that later. PDF viewer. There's nothing loaded. Page 1 of 2. Great. Uh-huh. Okay. I wonder. No, I can't do it that way. Dress up. Files are missing. Great. Great. Oh. Okay. So I guess we'll find others elsewhere. Oh, the phone number! No, it wasn't here. Where was it? It was... Was it Outer Mail? No, it wasn't Outer Mail. It was... Wait, did they rip it? Am I blind? I can't remember what the other text thing was. Great blind, that's it. Unknown user. God damn it. Are you still here? Gone? Huh. Just check. Settings. Email print report. Archive sent messages. Can I actually do this? Hmm. The heck? Oh, that was weird. Work, damn you! Does that do back instead of the back up through the files? Damn it. Where is she? Cleaned out. Huh. I'm nosy. But, and easily distracted. Okay. Fuck it, we ball. Oh, it's not even close. How do I... Stop? Okay. Okay. No fax content found. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Let's do this real quick. No, I don't think it's going to let me save it anywhere. Unless, let's go back. Click. Save the document, select folder. Apply. So then maybe that'll be useful later. Then I still can't click any of these other boxes. So we'll see if that's useful in the future. So at least now it's saving it somewhere. Yeah. Okay. Most relevant memories are they? What makes them worth keeping? The hard drive? No. Was he talking about he was talking about the hard drive at the time, wasn't he? Move you back over here. I do have a mild pet peeve that I can't resize these things. Is the amount of time when I'm using multiple screens or multiple things. Okay. Where are your eyes? Oh, hello. Something, something. Is that T? The word T at the end? Oh, is that an 8 or an ampersand? I could open the pictures too. Okay, maybe it'll be bigger. Torture isn't to dangle an album full of them, knowing I can't even see the pictures. I bet you get off hurting me. Oh, it's not an 8. I was right that it was an ampersand. Is that... This has to be an O then instead. And then this is a 0. IL, I think? Oh. Okay. Looking real close. I'm trying, okay? I'm trying. But... I don't think that's relevant. Lurk check. Hi, Mungo. Listen, if anybody else sees anything, this game I am totally fine with backseat gaming. Oh. Oh, it's the same one. Oh, I know that is 0. OZV2T. Wait, no. Wasn't that an F? Oh, maybe it is a T. Aha. Bricks for lurkers. All right. Sorry, I'm really focusing. I don't know. I like really trying to look at these pictures. Okay. 19. I think we got them. That makes sense. So we got all 3 pieces, it seems, from those different pictures. The same cat being in the way. Kanika. And then it was the peeping. The other one was the pay attention to me. All right. That's a good question. I doubt it's gonna be here, right? Okay, I was right. Okay. Thought to use a virtual machine. Okay. They have something slightly different. Not quite clever enough to realize I can follow you anywhere, though. I'll be making this space my own. Thanks for all the new files. Fuck! My fucking files! Dominion motherfucker. Hi, here's my little project. Pom Pom runs on file association. Feed her a file and she'll spit out other files connected by words or ideas or something. If you don't give a relevant file, she'll just spit out random stuff. So you better watch what you feed her. Check what's up, pick the one that feels right, and keep going until you land on your goal. Okay. Oink, haha, he said it? I can't open it. Carol, as in Lewis Carroll? Jabberwocking. Apialis, the golden ass. Poe. Berenice, obsessions. Carol, Sylvie and Bruno. Kafka, metamorphosis, of course. Kuben, the other side. L'Autremont. The Chance de Mador? Abbott, Flatland, the little cat and the big mouse. Okay, that's the same one. She eat the same one again? Said it would do random. Oh. Oh. My background just changed. When you pick the correct file, it bounces back and stays in the top left corner so you can reference it again. Maybe that's your clue. Okay, check what shows up. Pick the one that feels right and keep going until you reach your goal. Anyway, we're gonna feed it to him again. Because I thought it was funny. All right. Reading Rex. I guess we just go ahead and feed it to her. Whoa. Okay. Find my mind. Book scans. Quiz results. Slapdog. Poe book. Tooth extraction. What? Web dev ideas. Still can't open you. Can't open any of these zip ones. Wait, which one was this? This was... Oh, hi! Uh-oh. Come back. Wait, why is it zooming? I love them, Your Honor. I love them, Your Honor. All right. Wait, this was... Wait, was this tooth... Oh, this was tooth extraction. Okay. Tooth painlessly extracted by steam power. Good lord, the torque. All right, before we feed him, I'm going to move this over here. I want to look at everything before we get smacked with a bunch of other stuff. Okay, these really are just simple... Wait. Okay. I don't think I need to overthink a lot of these, but I will. Watch me. Perfect. Bick. Okay. Lapdog. Poe book. Oh god, not the heart. Edgar Allan Poe. Fantastic. Nervous intensity of interest with which, not to speak technically, busied contemplation. Most ordinary. This is the telltale heart, isn't it? The background is the telltale heart. Sticky! Possibly add book review section stewing on it. Huh. Let's feed it to him. Just... Oh. Okay, he won't eat utilities, it seems. Let me move you. Put you over here for now. Methinks. Oh, don't look at me like that. No? I can't... Hi, Anna. How are you doing? I can't move him. And feed him those. I guess it's this one, then it's probably what the picture is. Okay. Trying to figure out if the focus is on this intensity of interest. Breaks the rejuvenation feel better. Catch. Ding dong. Oh shit, you're right. I'm sorry. Oh, there's no exit menu either. All right. I need to stand up for a little bit because my throat's starting to hurt. I'm gonna go find a lozenge. So I'll be back in a bit. I'm gonna stop the game music for y'all and give y'all the other music. Nice. And we'll be back in just a little bit, chat. I will see you shortly. Don't burn anything down. Don't set anything on fire. iPad time. I know. I'm going to get a honey lozenge. I'll be right back because my throat hurts. Okay. Let's not start another one. Uh-oh. Wait a second. I left the bathroom light on. Okay. Ow. I almost just ran over my own feet with my chair. You did. Everybody was checked out today. It happens. We're playing a relative, I say calm game as if it's not a horror game. All right. Plus, this one is kind of the hardest. But I am... quite confused right now. So if anybody has any ideas, like I can't move him anymore. He just bounces. I can't scroll on this. Oh. Okay, so this is just creating more of the same one. Interesting. Okay. Again, though, I can't feed him again. No, I can't feed him. I can't feed him anything. I can't open these. Take it back to the desktop section. Did I break it? Is it broken? Is he supposed to still be able to eat? Escape also isn't doing anything. So all that for. Anyway. Might have fed her too fast. Maybe I did. I think I fed her two things that, like, in relative quickness. Hey, buddy. Oh, is it all the way back? Oh. No, wait. Different page. Uh-oh. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, I know the cat pictures we need to get it from. All your fires belong to me. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. All right, so we only need the password at least this time, but I don't need to do any other lollygagging aside from what I just did. Oh. Oh. Yep, yep, yep. We gotta get back, feed the piggy. All right. Where's my notes? Notepad, notepad. Okay. 5 ampersand 0 IL. Okay. Go on, get. Wait, was not this one? Was it this one? I got it wrong, didn't I? Oh, I did. You're right. Highlights, damn you. Why? Fine, I'll just fucking type it then. Ugh. Alright, go ahead and eat everything. The fucking skeleton hands. Found pictures of you. Are you a cat? No, I figured I just got it wrong. All right. Pony Island Adventure? Pony Island Adventure. Do it again. Okay. Reading Rex, we know. Go ahead, stick you here, here. Mine, oink. Book sands. All of these we can't open. So I guess that's what we need the file slicer for. Again, we've already seen these. Why are you so obsessed with teeth? Because teeth are cool! Oh. Oh. Bow Mind Pit. Ale Isle. Old R. Is this person recording the shape of a person's mouth when they say certain words? Huh. Oh, hello. Rat odontology. Oh no, squeak. How invasive. Upper incisors are shorter. 6 upper molars, 6 lower molars. Sniff, sniffs, cheese. I prefer the fangs. Let's do pose book. Jesus. The Raven. Oh, the Raven. Actually, hold on. We're grouping these and we're gonna go in proper order.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
Pose mesmer. Oh shit! I'm covering Phantom notifications. Tecton is not ready yet. Imbecilus Rex, thank you for doing your season pass. Holy shit, 7 months, dude. Thank you. All right. Pose mesmeric revelations, neuroarchitecture, shaping cognition through space. Ooh. Oh, narrow critica. Artemidorus, automatic writing, and the subconscious manifestation experiments. Case studies, serialism in literature, music. Okay. Oh. Okay, he didn't spit anything out. Let's do lapdog. Also nothing. Quiz results. Lizard. Alright, we'll save that one for later. The next batch were these, weren't they? Mouth. Dental. Oh. Oh, it got stuck over there, didn't it? We'll feed it to him again, see if he spits it on the left. Oh. Oh. Okay, hold on. Okay, it's still visibly the same. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll go with the mouth and the ear. Ontology. Nope. Still no files? Okay. I'll feed him my interest after this. Okay. Oh. Spit out the same note again. Serial keys, rather old school method, but old school methods suit old school security. I'm hardly the only one bending the rules around here. I don't trust this game, so I'm gonna do a quick thing. Okay then, that's mine. I'm keeping those. Just to see. But for what? Photoshop serial keys because fucking told me. Listen, the things you gotta do, okay? The things you gotta do. But, okay, so they have indicators. So we'll keep that open. Okay, that's all he had to say. There's so much you can earn about a person through their files alone. I love to learn. It's why I love archiving, saving every little memory. Oh shit. Pictures, screenshots, scans, anything and everything that speaks to me. I love to learn, 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 I love to learn. Listen, I like to learn too, buddy, but you don't gotta go putting that in the dev chat. Listen, it is always perfectly moral to pirate Adobe products. He spit this over here, didn't he? Okay, just had to make sure. So, oh. Isn't it time to be real? Let's all be born together. What? Slush bowl. Oh, we have two keys open. I don't need to have both of them open. I'm glad you're excited. I'm sorry it's kind of behind chat, so you can't see it. Understatement. For you. Something. Huh. Okay. Knowledge is birth, only real things are born. Oh. Wait, was that from this? No, it wasn't. Weird. Okay. So we'll save this for after we do these. Raven, just an art piece of the Raven. We'll figure that out. We'll figure. Also, wait. Oh, we still have the lizard. Lizard, I think, actually came out after these. All of these after putting the Poe one in. Oh, I can't open it. The National Ouija Board. You ask, Ouija answers. Thanks, Hasbro. Ooh. Hypnotism. Ooh, classic. Amazing. All right, we'll save that one for later too. Can't open antiquities. Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, the transformation. Great God, can it be? Hi, Belle. Thank you for the self-care. I'm almost out of water though. You saw the doll? I'm no longer intrigued. What do you mean? Are you telling me the weirdly fleshy doll with a bald head isn't intriguing? Even when it stares at you? Oh, okay, we got more. Frankenstein, werewolf. Ooh. Okay. I suppose that counts technically as a werewolf. It's not mean, it's a fact. Oh my god. I'm the tallest one, so it makes the most sense. Oh, the black cat. Is that a person? There's like shoulders here. Head? Huh. Should you be the bride? Okay, it didn't spit out anything for that one. Let me move you down here. We'll do this. Hug kitty? Is this the thanks I get for making your theme? Relatable. That's all they said. Actually, do we want to get rid of chat for today? I think we should. I think we'll hide chat. Whoop. Borrow your tall boots, Mr. Longlegs. Oh, it looks like I'm wearing my long legs today. Anyway, hypnotism. Still nothing. Okay. I kind of want to feed him this, but we cease to exist. Ah! Just gone. Oh, there we go. Dissecting room. The bride. Okay, we'll look at that in a second. Okay, nothing else. So whatever this is, we'll feed it to him. We'll see what happens. Ooh. HBD kitty theme dot music X. Okay. We're gonna save that. Wait, what was this file called? Corpus Fabricator? Fabricator Liber. Subtima Musculo. Huh. Weird that memories drifting in Baron's mind into most private moments would be a good memory. Always. Always. Correct, it was Latin. Dissecting room. Okay. Oh, we haven't done the lizard. We forgot to do the lizard. Ooh, quiz results. Oh. Okay. Have the bride. Oh wait, I didn't look at it. No! I'm a fool. I'm a fool. Heights. 6'2", 2.5. 6'2", 2.5. 5'4", 5'9". No boots, no cheating. No artistic exaggeration. Okay. Frankenstein, please portrait securely and get out of here. For some days, I haunted the spot where these things had taken place, sometimes wishing to see you, sometimes resolving to quit the world, its miseries forever. At length, I wandered towards these hills and have ranged through immense recesses, consumed a burning passion which you alone can gratify. We may not part until you have promised to comply with my requisition. I am alone and miserable. Man will not associate with me, but one as deformed and horrible as myself could not deny herself to me. My companion must be of the same species and have the same defects. This being you must create. Okay, so this is when the monster confronts Victor and demands to make him a bride, which... Why do I have no memory of that happening in the book? I thought they killed each other. I didn't sign no memory aspects in my contract. Leaves Marion's memories. Wait, no, come back. Oh, wait, who are you? Who are you people? All right, fuck it. We'll give him the We'll give him the quiz results. Oh, May Doodles. Huh. Oh, hold on. We haven't said this one. A doubtful case of actual death. Life-preserving coffin. This is... Is this the Dead Ringer? It looks like a version of the Dead Ringer coffin, but... What kink is this? This isn't a kink. This is the... It looks like a predecessor to like the Dead Ringer coffin, where they would... where from this hole a string would come down where you could pull it and the bells would ring. That's on the surface. But I don't know this version. This looks like something else. I think that's a headrest. And when they move, they bump these things that then causes this to ring. There's a tube there of some kind, like a copper tube, but it also looks like it's here at H. Maybe it opens the coffin, maybe, with that spring. Okay, that would make sense. That would make sense. Like maybe it's latched down and then when it gets pushed and clicked, then the coffin flings open. This looks like one of the worst designs though I've ever seen for an escape coffin of some kind. Oh, look at these dorks. Aww. Oh wait, hold on. Feed it to him again. Okay, just making sure. Kidding. Okay, I opened it again. I saw something bounce over here. Still the same. Feed it again. God, that's bright. Emo dorks, look at the whale dongs. No! Huh. King of Clovers. Okay, I suppose since it's green. We'll listen to that in a second. Let's go through the height stuff. Why didn't it put it in the left? Okay. You made... Oh. Aww. Oh, it's a spider. Looks angry even when buying a burger. No pickles, extra cheese, no onions. Our thinker. Aww. Aww. Okay. It's getting darker. I don't like this. Aww. Very cute. Very cute. Good lord. Okay, but we also got a folder. Spit it out again. Let's do the bride. Okay. So he seems to be spitting... We looked at this one, right? Okay, yeah, that's the coffin. Okay. Yeah, let's do the werewolf. You up here. Okay, so there was nothing behind. Oh! Hi, Meaty! Let's do King of Clover. Joker, Queen of Spades. Okay. Kitty feed. Kitty keychain. Princess Chic. Margarita Silva. In Kirk Deschelle's elaborate opera comique production, The Princess Chic. Oh, you're feeling a wee bit peckish. Okay, we didn't get anything there. Let's do these. So Joker and Queen of Spades. Corset x-rays. Okay. XD, 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 colon D, colon D. Cute. Aww. Alright. Wait, it spit out kitty feet again. Huh. What if I give it to him? Oh, interesting. Okay. I can't open the folder. Jesus! Okay. Huh. It's in a corset. It's an x-ray while wearing a corset. Those are just the ribs. Well, the body's ribs, but also the corset's ribs that you can see. I can't open the song either. Lear the Fool. Touchstone. That's an interesting depiction. Of course, it's to be a crime then? Nah, baby. Don't you want those cinch waists? Also, tiny Ophelia. Da baby! She's so small! I also like tiny Beady. She's so cute. She's so cute. All right. All of these we've already fed. Let's see what happens if we feed him the folder, because we can't seem to open it. Nothing? Okay. Hold on, Pom-Pom. Let me move you. Let me move you. I can't open this. Reno Virtue. Can't right click. Okay. And into the dollhouse. You play with dolls, the stories, the dolls, pretty things you keep. Pretty things I learn. Oh, shit. Meeting. Okay. I can't feed him the sticky note. Okay, and I kind of want to get rid of this extra sticky note. Here, we'll shove you up here. Meeting. Kill yourself! I didn't think that M&M was gonna be an actual M&M. Oh my god. Where did you get those pictures from? I do worry a little bit. Reno Virtue Laboratories. Oh. It's great for meeting. Wait. Oh, okay, I see it. I see it. Oh, wait, look at this on the side. Let me give you a little kiss. Aw. The sticker. It's so cute. Thanks, media. I guess I'll do it. No, Ash, no. You can't. It's not. Oh, Okay. Okay. Oink, oink, oink. Snorting snort. Floppy tars? Chubby body. Can't open you. Still can't open you. Which, I'm just gonna put you up there. It's so cute. Oh. Another pom-pom. Okay. Oh, it's making my eyes hurt too. Especially when it's red and jittery. I don't know why. When I look at something that's really red and then I look at something else, it hurts. Oh. Merry Xmas. Okay. Cute. I like it. Just the thing. Well, yeah, but I'm not entirely red. I'm secondary red. Kind of. Barely secondary. Cursor. The sweet innocent faces of Baby Gardens fans. Is this them when they were teenagers? Look at that fucking nerd in the middle. Imagine if we met IRL as babies. Oh my god. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Okay. You're actually... Are you the same song? I think you're the same song. Okay, you are. Yeah, we'll do the Christmas before we feed him the folder. Who's red isn't just secondary? God damn it, you fucking dork. Yeah, I can't open the folder. Untitled game. Those are overlapping for some reason, so mock-ups. Ooh! I love Fiona. Anita's great transformation, a heart-racing adventure bound to transform you, fill you with joy as you embark on a boat tour of your quaint miracle village, guided by the cutest cheerleader, Anita. Okay. Discover the recordings of Anita's televised fun. Link 1, link 2 unavailable. Never trust a stranger. Hi, I'm Anita. You can trust me. Can I? Can I? Oh. Just city cats. Oh my god, please read this. Warning, this is not a joke. Once you start, you can't stop reading this. Okay, I think this is something that we're also going to see later. Wait. For one mistake, she happened to fall in love with her boss, who is charming and always complimented her long, beautiful hair. Well, bad move for Ophelia because he lied to her just to use her, all while having a secret fiance during their entire time together. That's why when he found out she was pregnant, he took her to a swamp under the guise of a date. She thought he would propose. Poor misguided Ophelia. It was there he ruthlessly murdered her instead and pushed her head further down each time she gasped for air or begged for help, mercy. Now Ophelia seeks vengeance. Everyone ignored her plea for help and no one understands the pain she went through. Her heart broke beyond repair. She needs you to understand what it feels like to suffer like she did. The loss of her unborn child, the water filling her lungs and bruises on her neck as she's strangled by her long, beautiful hair. I can't scroll down on the whole email. Okay. 3:33 a.m. to sentence to 9 people, which is how many days it takes to find Ophelia's rotten body, or else drowned Ophelia will make you feel the pain she felt that night at the hands of her lover. I almost said owner. That was Enos. All right. Cryptics. Okay, this is for Spiderface. Rob and Bert. Rob and Bert's. Okay, this is for oh, what's his name? Singer McGee. This is the sketch up of what their faux YouTube channel is going to look like. And then there's the dress up wardrobe. Still can't open that one. You seem important. So we're going to move you over. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Okay, hold on. There's billing. Press design. Do spes nostra? I don't know what spes is. Today I feel sad. Oh. Oh. Alright. Is it gonna spit out a bunch of things for each of the different characters? Oh, it is. Mikey. Oh, good lord. Jesus. All right, Fiona. Oh. Just the sketch for Fiona, huh? Interesting. If this gets merch, I want a pom-pom. Ash, isn't there already merch? Haven't you been selling merch for months? You can drop the link if you have it. Okay, that's there. That's Ophelia's. Puppy Ophi. You know what? We're gonna... Nah, fuck it. Only one. Fred Kaplan. 1 sec then. No rush. Isn't Fred cute? He looks like a dork, but I love him. He's adorable. Okay, nothing. Ooh. Oh. Nice. Actually, you know what I see here? That's me in the corner. That's me in the spotlight, losing my religion. All right. And then we have Puppy Ophi. Oh my God. Blue's Clues? It's giving Blue's Clues. Yeah, you can post links. I'm pretty sure VIPs have permission to post links. And I'm pretty sure Sunstar is also the one who usually bonks people that post links. Perfect. So yeah, if you want merch from this game. Nothing else. Okay, I feel like we're gonna devour like all of these and then get to something else. She's self-promoting banner ass. Ash is allowed to self-promote over here. Ash is allowed to self-promote because I fucking said so. Aww. And this is still technically the meaty section, right? We're still on the meaty section. Jesus. Or is this the meaty section or does this count as the tutorial? Huh. They drew pink? Maybe he's pink? I can't tell with how tinged red everything is. Chains wrapped around legs. Basically uses... Oh, the knives. Knives like rock climbing. Okay. That doesn't say knife. That says knife. Knife. Knife on wall wrapped around arm for more easily pulling it. Okay. Okay. Where'd he go? There you are. Come here. Get back over here before my eyes start bleeding. Ooh, spiders. Okay, it is meaty section? Okay. Because I figured because the background changed to her and hasn't changed ever since. That's weird. Huh. Account name, bio, profiles. Okay, recent posts. That's the, yeah. Not my Dookie's better face doodles. Ooh. Wait, is this? No, this says Ben Shortman. I thought this was Kaplan again for a second, just dressed different. Huh. Mikey and Ben. Aww. Oh. Oh. We'll look at that in a second. Ben's over Radio Tower City. Oh. Hmm. Okay, that may be relevant. Oh. Oh. Okay, so it spits him out again. What do you do? Nothing. Let's feed you this other one too then. Okay. Billy Doodles. Oh yeah, we looked at these, but we didn't feed them because we were gonna open all the others. All right, sad time. Oh wait. Hello. Oh, it spit out another bin one. Should have guessed your desktop was evil. What do you mean? There's nothing evil about my desktop. She's gorgeous. Don't you question her. How dare you insult her like that? Meaty is a goddamn delight. Look at that smile. How can you not love that smile? She's even giving hearts. There's hearts. Okay. So then, and open the Untitled Game one. Again, I don't know what we can do with these. Do I oink pigging? Okay. Maybe we should have just fed him these much earlier. Theater architecture. Ooh. Pecking opera. Ooh. Spooky. Oh. I have a trainer code just to say hi. Keep on spooking everyone, baby. You fucking dork. All right, chat, take a screenshot. Somebody go, what is it? What's the word? Decode the binary. Go ahead. You probably fill in a lot for the gaps that are slightly covered. The wrong kind of plasma for the plasma screen. I think you may be right on that one. Time to hackermance. Oh, okay. And then I guess we'll do mine. Nope, that's it. Okay. Upset tummy. Yes, I know. Here, we'll put this down here. Untitled game then. Of course. Who are you? The you reading this, the you playing this, the you behind the you with those eyes. And look at these words and the words look back. Not enough secrets to be satisfied. Not enough found to justify the journey. Unsatiated. No greater sin than failing to entertain. More games, more treats. You loop back to where you began. Feeding on more each time. Is that a heart? I think that's the overlay of a heart on the screen. Blink, 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 and you miss it. Yeah, that's a... Let's digest. Oh. Sick parasite! What? Not scary either. I don't know what this is. We really should change some of the controls back for this again. It's just not a current priority when there's much else to focus on. Oh my god. I was trying to turn around to see if something was behind me and the pop-up came up and scared me. I didn't say right now, but we'll have to get to it eventually. Playtesters get their meaties room just fine the way it is. I thought we agreed playtesters couldn't be relied on. Maybe we just need a stronger tutorial. Players rely on repetition. Patterns are the only tutorial that matters. I don't want to do another chase. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay. How to do this whole sections in your Gucci? Bad touch, bad touch, bad touch, bad touch, bad touch, bad touch. Also, that is, I love the animation for this. Okay. I went the wrong direction, didn't I? I thought it'd be funner to run into her. Holy shit! Sick parasite! That was so cool. I know, that was so cool. Wait. Wait, did we just go all the way back to the beginning? No. Wait, did it just restart? Because these aren't the same prompts. These are the prompts from the very beginning the first time. Okay, well, no, these are the same benches. That was worth it. I'd do it again. Your Honor, I love her. I don't have control. There we go. I clicked it. Oh, there we go. I forgot the first one takes like a little bit. Man, this is so rude. Oh, shit. Wait, what was that? Oh, Jesus. I can't see anything. Come on. God, it's so dark. Okay. She just wants to smooch. Come on, give me my fucking... There it is. Okay.
Welcome back, everyone, or if you are new, welcome. A deep dive.
Oh, this is Late Night Regrets, the podcast.
Into a very interesting game with a very sordid past.
Oh.
The footage shows what investigators call a drawn-out, disjointed act of violence.
I'm sorry, but you can't spend your time hanging out with random people in weird little corners of the internet and not expect something bad.
The cuts, jagged and uneven, speak of hesitation. They were made by a hand not ready.
This is gonna sound pretty bad, but I don't know. I like when these kind of stories come back around. Not the actual killing and death and murder.
Is that fucking Ganners?
Still alive through much of it, she was left staring at agony itself.
People act like the internet is some dangerous hellhole, but that's because they've never really had a real, proper online friend.
Contestants hung like grim trophies on
I mean, I kind of agree with that statement.
What happened was awful, and I'm not denying that. No one is denying.
Oh, I was trying to read the chat.
Bad for her, but I also feel like she should have known better.
We don't.
At the end, her heart was pulled from its place and forced into her mouth.
Someone didn't allocate it's the same transition thing. Okay. Oh, do we do Kitty? I think we gotta do Kitty, because I kind of want to do the progression that I did before. Bright lights. After heavy agony at times, only hate is left behind, a bitterness born out of heart-wrenching injustice. Do Kitty? Do we go do Mikey? Do we go do Mikey? Maybe? Is Mikey Van Lee being canceled on Twitter? He kind of deserved it. All right, we'll do Mikey. We'll do Mikey. Oh, there's the eye. Motherfucker took my stick. Motherfucker took my stick. Bastard. Even has the golden eye. Bastard. Bastard. Hey, kitten, feeling lost? Do not call me kitten. Just relax, baby, and keep following my gaze? No.
You just came from the meat chick's room next door, huh? I can smell the slaughterhouse on you through the freaking radio, babe. Bet she's got you thinking it's open season in here too, but you are not looting my stuff, man. That greedy little pig thing can deal. Seriously, what's with her face? Freaks me the hell out.
What a nerd.
Hey, what's up, dudes and dudettes? All eyes and ears on me. Cause haven't you heard? I am live 24/7. So you should tune in to TRBZ, baby.
There's the under my heel thing that we saw.
The smooth sound of thrash eye. And watch my music video. It's pretty fire.
Good Mikey boarding. Good fucking lord. All right, hold on. I can't tab. I wanted to get rid of the Telltale thing. Telnet thing, but I can't. Oh, wait. Now I'm free. Here we go. There it is. 85.5 FM.
Slit your neck to be born anew.
Okay.
Whoa, don't freak out on me now.
I also didn't find the collector's poster that I remember from the... Oh, why is my mouse off? My mouse is just on OBS. Okay, that's the same. Song playing, what do you mean? SS isn't done with the soundtrack yet? The static SFX keeps feeling like I hear a song baked into it, faintly. Spooky, but no, white noise can mess with your head though. Oh, I see it. Can I go under these? Kind of. Big Street BC rich world. Oh. Passing thought, a story? It's so quiet. And we have the ad break. Fuck! Okay. We've got to hold it for a second. I'm going to mute the game audio, give you all the game, and I need to run to the bathroom because I need a piss. And I'll be back in just a little bit. I'll see you shortly, chat. Don't burn anything down. And yes, I'm leaving the glasses on because I need them to see things. Leave the music up? Okay. Gaming and schmishing, yeah. Mr. Schmish! Okie dokie. What'd I miss? Well, at least now I get to listen to the music a little bit before we get back from the ad break. 44 seconds. We can sit and wait. Why don't we'll sit and wait instead of doing another round. He's got extra lines. Ooh.
Hello? You're supposed to follow my voice, Buttercup?
Also, saves? If I click saves. Oh.
Come to me, babe. There's no place you'd rather be than with me. I know it.
Nah. He is a shithead. Just pick better cards?
You're getting colder. Or maybe
Alright.
you're getting warmer. I'm just a voice, man. I don't know.
Are those more eyes in the sky in the distance? Oh yeah, those definitely are.
Break your skin and bones.
You don't like the way your skin feels?
Do it. Will you hurry
Kill
up
yourself, kill
already,
yourself, kill yourself, kill yourself, kill yourself, kill yourself! Too bad we don't have the rope emotes on Twitch. Too bad we don't have the Baird Go rope emotes on Twitch. I just keep losing track, but what other ones would pop up? Oh.
No? Yeah? What's wrong? Can't remember, huh?
Spinning Man.
You're a freaky little tiger, always seeking the next thrill. Well, I've got one for
have a
you!
mouse. Okay, that's still the same. And still extremely ominous.
Bummer. That's too bad they loved you.
Everybody knows if you have long
But
hair,
at
you
least
should just
you got
brush
a
it back
show.
with and put the headphones forward. Come on.
Now it's your
Shouldn't be
turn.
falling in your face. Bangs. Bangs when you're on the PC. Not in this house. Not in this house. Oh, I was not paying attention. Oh boy, YouTube time, chat. Brash Eye Vision, 2 hours, 38 minutes. Wait, is that right? I remember in the last time we played the demo, we got stuck here. And it was really weird. That one's messed up. Picked up something. Couldn't tell what it was. I think it was DVDs. Wait. I never left, baby? You can't get rid of me. Oh. Can't change reality.
Your wants, your memories, your fears. Your soul becomes the blueprint.
Corpse Father? No. Creepy Mask is cool, but I don't like looking at it for some reason. Who still uses webcams, lol? Is this even recent? 3112. Is that the killer's name? So botched. Lamau, first time, huh? Fake. Is this legit? Any info? See how long this stays up. Lol, is it going to surpass baseball? 3112. Wait, oh fuck, I couldn't hear it again! A passing thought, a story, a made-up world you play with to escape the noise. You build, you refine, you add history, emotion. You indulge far too many times in what you weren't meant to have. It's just fiction.
Brick by brick.
I'm me, baby. Feels so good to be me. How can I be?
Why do they always take my desktop?
How can I be here when I'm there?
Password. Third time now that I tried to use password.
And shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul. Seal your doom tonight.
Still has spaces. Also the breathing. The breathing. Oh. And our whole desktop is locked, so change the password back to the one from the dock. Burn your flesh? Oh, shit. I do remember this part. But it says it has a special character, and I don't remember what the special character is. What special character? Start digging in your butt, twin. I remember this game. This is the full release. Yes, it is, Beef. Yes, it is. And we have the artist. Hi, Ash. But I was trying to change. It doesn't seem like I can change it. I can't access any files. So, open for demo Mikey. Also, hold on, real quick. Let me do this. Scroll all the way up. Where is it? There it is. Steal that. Do this. There we go. There we go. All right. I'm gonna turn it down before I get jump scared by something and it fucking deafens me. But I don't remember what the special character was supposed to be. I could have sworn the demo, I think we still had access to something, but can't go up. Can't do the... I can't, it's behind me. The thing in the taskbar is behind me, but I'm clicking it. It's not doing anything. And then I'm like clicking it over and over. Uh-oh. Waiting, waiting, waiting. I am hitting tab. I thought it was tab 2. I was hitting tab earlier. Tab, 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 tab. I can open all of these. Huh. Weird. Maybe close all of them? Would closing them work? I can't close the folder. I can't. The X is like darkened. I can minimize it, but that's all I got. Tab still doesn't do anything. The weird capitalizations. Yeah, that wasn't it. That was back in the game, wasn't it?
Welcome in, your new god.
Oh, please. Who worships a rock star in this day and age? It's not even the 1970s and you're not even Johnny Silverhand. Wandered back, you knew was get slowly out here from malware, starved of attention. Good lord. But you never say, do you? Always something else. Always later and never the now. How cruel. I will just have to raise the stakes until you finally open your eye. Oh, hi. Only one you need to worship now? Okay! How does two become one? Sex. Kono sex it up! I can cook up something more worth your time. Yeah? I'm sorry, but the pixelated fire from what's probably like, it looks like an old video game that has a white background is so fucking funny to me. Here's the old tiger. There's a bunch of cool stuff you can't see. Okay. I can totally see it though, but you? I don't know, man. You're a weird guy and I don't want to see you get weirder. Is it bad I want to get art of me and Mikey having a fucking feud? I kind of want to have that. Just multi-eyed fucking assholes pissed at each other. Find my sweet gaze now, give you what you might need. You can find it, I know you can. The worst thing is though, is Mikey is literally my least favorite character in this whole game. I hate him so much. Find my sweet gaze, I'll give you what you need. Can't open that. Is there a zoom? Oh no, there's no zoom in the PDF viewer. He's such a whore. I hate him. I don't even care that he's a whore. I just hate him on personality traits alone. I think it's also going to be belly instead of something else. Unless that belly is going to be... I'm digging the music though. Damn! Actually, wait. Dismember? Huh. Hello. And the easiest ways to hide something malicious is to just use those new buzzwords, ethical, malware, for practice or experience. People don't question it. Problem is what site you use to upload and share it. A few of them have strict regulations. They pull your project apart before they can let you make it public. Custody battle over the eyes? That'd be cute. Thing is, I kind of wanted to look mean. Easy problem to avoid if you personally know your target. No one gets suspicious over downloads from the people that they trust. Dangerous times to have a stalker, lol. Genuinely just a cool guy going with the flow. Hit me up if you're looking for a freelance. Servant icon makes a good point. And while on the topic, let me share my story. Recently, I actually was faced with a keylogger myself, I think. It was something or another. Maybe it was something else. I don't know. I had many ads suddenly. My computer was slow, but it was learning experience for sure. So I know to be more careful. I guess people you meet around certain forums aren't actually the most trustworthy. Even if you think you have a lot in common, I guess that's part of the trick. It hurts. What can you do? I'm still just sometimes worried I'm getting stalked. Like somehow they haven't had their fill of fun just yet. Yeah, because I know I'm not an isolated case either. At this point, they're becoming a rather neurosis? That's not a word I'm used to seeing. Group. So in a way, you guys are helping me be more safe by showing me the kind of tricks others might play on some naive old fella like myself. That's why I joined this forum, to educate myself. And don't worry, I used a fake name and I can stay anonymous. They won't find me here. What's his name? Rial with a 7 in it? Dude, what? Dude, what? What does that mean? Oh, that's where we were. That's all we're gonna get access to. These are all the files we fed to the pig. Well, not all of them, but most of them? What if it's a Spider-Man pointing meme? I don't want the Spider-Man pointing meme. I want to look like I'm gonna fucking kill him. God, I fucking love how cute you made these guys as teenagers. They're adorable. Also, the fucking massive ass smile, the flat bangs. Wait, all these other ones aren't pictures. That's why. Gaze. Also, oh, it's still not saved. Okay. Won't let me. Can't open that either. I was about to say, it's gonna be in here, isn't it? I'll never draw again after this. Oh, it's totally not CSP. Paint Focus Studio 3. Okay. Oh. Interesting how obsessive. Message load failure. Log cleared by admin. Uh-oh. I can't believe you deleted that. That's it. No more deleting privileges for you. Not until you earn them back with good behavior. I literally made the software. You can't gatekeep me from the features I myself created. Watch. What? Wait. Ominous weirdo. I think you can't. I know you can't do anything. Sure. So mean. And here I was drafting emails to you both about how nice everything was. Conversations still happened, even if it's gone from the app. It's not like I deleted the memory. Memory could be faulty. And if we have more important things to focus on, careful. Billy's dress up needs more work. Oh, I love her with my entire heart. My sweet, deranged Billy, my beloved Billy, my mental twin Billy. But I want to move on to something else so bad. What if we give Mikey a dress up game instead? In no way, shape, or form does it fit to give Mikey a dress up game. It'd be so fun. It's what people want anyway. Mikey would want a dress up game. Then he could make it in his own damn self if he wants one so badly. He could. Oh, I wonder what he'd like to wear. I'm sure you two could come up with some disgusting ideas for that. Lol, you should know. My dad keeps calling. Not in the mood right now. Pretend you're taking a nap. Pretend you got kidnapped. Right, just to get another lecture about leaving the ringer on for safety. He's always pissed off these days. Oh, I'm sorry. I wish we could just chill a bit. Whatever, I'll call him myself. Be back in a bit. Bye-bye. Call us when you're free. And then there's this load thing. Wait, what's the time difference here? 6 days later. That's not the problem. The problem is the limits we have set ourselves. We need to find a way for Mikey to play within them, but still have complete control. It's hard writing a character with no real limits. Isn't it fun, though? You get to be creative. Only fun if you're not the one breaking your brain trying to be creative. I told you, I'll help out this weekend, okay? So whiny. Still behind, though. It doesn't mean I can slack off. Mikey's just getting on my nerves. Maybe he's too OP. Someone has to wear the wolf skin. It just had to be the most annoying guy always doing too much. That's why it should be Mikey. Sounds exhausting. I'd at least do something different with that skin. Sounds cozy, warm and fuzzy. I'll take your word for it. You have to. Sure, whatever. Don't forget you also have shit to finish. The art will make itself, and I'm sure as hell won't be the one to do it either. It's already planned for it. No sleep tonight. No! Oh, come on. How about you make him do that, you meanie? We just had a conversation about health and everything. I didn't tell him to do anything. You wouldn't dare. Oh my god, is he biting his bottom lip in that emote? God damn it. Christ, all I did is remind him of something. Why can you both be up my ass all the damn time and I can't do the same? Nag, nag, nag. Fuck off. Oh my god, wait, let's pause. The shitty fanfic just updated. Oh, hell yeah, I'm pulling it up. They're a bunch of fanfic nerds. Can we put Mikey in a maid outfit if he wants? I think it'd be hilarious. Oh, Dollhouse, I already sent it to you. Did you now? Yes. Funny, sneaky little mouse. Squeak, squeak goes the little mouse who thinks he got the cheese. What? No Keijin. Question mark? Oh, you want the Keijin? It would be expected. I can send it if that's what you want. What I want? Yes, if that's what you want. What I want is speak. Wait, what? Speak, speak, speak? Jesus, fine. Stop spamming. I just thought you were smart enough for a challenge. That's all. A challenge? To see how far you can get in my dollhouse without the Keijin. Oh, how fun. I got the Keijin though, so not me, but that's so fun for you. You'll be the test subject. Tell me how you feel being in the receiving end for once. Haha, playing pretend? It's real enough for me. In any case, it's merely a work in progress. A newborn malware, barely learning how to crawl. Shouldn't be difficult for you unless you're planning to disappoint me. Cruel majesty. Still not as cruel as you. High expectations. Cruel to the board. Hold on. How? Oh, wait. Oh, I can't minimize. I can't minimize Dollhouse right now. You've come up with this in your own expectations. I want to see where my scroll wheel over here is. Oh, I'm still sitting in the middle. What am I doing? I am so stupid. All right. I had moved myself so that y'all can see the bottom taskbar, and I forgot to put myself back like an idiot. Straight into the collection, I'm assuming. Yes, yes. It's getting pretty big by now. So many talented people, including us. Everyone's gonna love what we're up to, I swear. We just have perfect taste and super cool writing, and everyone's gonna love it. I'm so excited. Keep the excitement up. I finally finished uploading your new OS. No way, no way, no way, no way. Too much excitement will make my heart explode, even though it's taking forever to download. Making a new user is always so exciting. Starting fresh. It's not like your other accounts you need a safer password. Uh-huh. It's not an option. All right, Kingpin. Stolen Valor. Not the angel. But yeah, you can't keep using the same one forever. Why not? It's the same one. It's the only way I could remember my password. Not the crying Ophelia. Because it's not safe in any sense of the word. Practically a death wish online. Not just online. Boo! My password is cute and sentimental, and I even change it up by adding a symbol and stuff sometimes. Yeah, so cute and sentimental that we all know it by heart. Special dates are always a first guess. Adding the full year doesn't change that. Use the password generator. Ooh, how am I gonna remember something like that? Write it down? Paper hasn't gone extinct. Have you even seen you use it before? Fine. I hate when you both gang up on me. Listen. Also, Ash, is this red line supposed to be in the text? Is that actually how it's supposed to appear? Oh, this is July. This is like a full year from when we started reading this. Also, there's all these other locked... Oh, shit. What the hell? I don't want to. I think it's okay. I heard seeing this shit every fucking time I log in. Why the hell am I pushing this only on me? I'm not pushing anything. I don't know what you need. Oh, good lord. All right, hold on. I'm getting tired of going through this. Sulking, sulking, sulking. Still waiting on my nuggets. Not the nuggets! Small little hiccup. Okay, I figured it was the formatting error because it looked weird. Because the way the new is here on top makes me think it's like supposed to be like maybe like here, like above the text thing. It still works. I just thought it looked wrong. Just kidding, I know what the hell you're still showing up online. Stop fucking falling asleep in your chair. You're gonna mess up your back and brush your teeth. I can smell the rot from the other side of the screen. Okay, this was the one we were reading, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Wait. Yeah, it was. I don't know why it started all the way back at the top. Huh. Weird. Didn't she give us the... Oh, where did they send the file? Program built for 3. And all these shiny pins. Lucky you, you left yourself for forget-me-nots. Log cleared. That's not a problem. I just want to... I need to hurt him twice over. I need to hurt him. He's being so cute. Oh no, cute aggression. Okay. I need to hurt him for different reasons. I just think he was right. Bad move. I'm going to make him be sorry. No one dares delete cute, sweet, intimate memories for future me to look back on without my direct permission. Oh. It doesn't look like it actually put it or downloaded it anywhere, and I can't seem to drag it other than like this. Maybe it's something else? Forget-me-nots. It would have something to do in here. Next time I ride, I'll kill everyone else on the road first so you'll know I'm safe. Oh my god. Stalker. He's an agent of chaos. Twinking. I don't think Ordain can be a twink because Ordain's just a little creature. All right, I'm a little stuck. Yeah, we're double E because if we go to the escape, oh, we can't open escape. Regardless, it's the picture. It's the E picture. That's here. That's us. Okay. You know what? I gotta do what I gotta do. Yeah. Stab. Wait. You should know this one, Tiger, or should I call you Blizzard? Not a very cute pet name. What will I wear? Where did it go? Give him slutty clothes? What do I do? Just tell him slutting? Do I just say slutty? What will we wear? Slut! Don't think this means I'll start cleaning after you? What the fuck? He has a response? Give me a centerfold and I'll consider it. Flash to Rick and Morty slut dragon clip? I have no idea what that clip is. Wiener. Mikey, no likey, Christ. Yucky? Damn. Shut down. Shut down. Business. Suit. Oh, you're one of those, huh? I can play the fancy role for ya. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, that's what I figured. Wait, where did it go? Uh-oh. Oh, I accidentally scroll wheeled and I don't know if I scrolled up or if I scrolled down because my mouse was fucked. Billy's dress up needs more work. Maggie would want a dress up game. I wonder what he'd like to wear. I'm not sure you could come up with some disgusting ideas for that. Oh, goodness. Here, maybe it's... Oh, I don't think it's gonna let us open it. Huh. So can't remember where I got this emote. The tank one? Isn't it World of Tanks? Isn't that a World of Tanks special? Oh no, it's Battlefield Tank. Huh. It's the tank of the ocean? Kind of. I don't think this is relevant right now. I dare you to hit generate. Okay. Can't type anything into it. Anita Peak? Wait, what? Oh, right there? Is she right there on that icon? It looks like there's like the emote or something there. Oh, she's also in the back. What the fuck? What is this smug arm cross? Oh my god. All right. Put these away for now, just in case. But could it be here? Okay, I'm thinking there's nothing. Have a good night, Ordained. Sleep well. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna find anything here. So let's see. If we just do dress. Still no. That's what I thought, but it feels like it would be CT because it's E and CT that are the ones that are cheering for it. But I was trying to see if... Because there was another private text, wasn't there? Somewhere, like an old form of it. David Wave. Can't open that. Grapevine. Not that it matters. Okay. Oh, how cute how you even talk about me in here. Listen. A groupie at heart, Tiger? Oh my god. What is the date for this? July 2015. This is 2020. Yeah, so we're not going to find it in here, I don't think. I do wonder what this shape thing is up here. What are you trying to figure out? I guess what he wants to wear in this? Covered over Billy. I thought if CT would give the answer too. Hold on. I figured there was going to be something I could just search up here for Mikey. Mouse? I don't think it's mouse. Where was the section that had the torture thing? It picked up swear as the word. Nope. Figured it out. Would go hard. Shut up, Grins.
Recording date, Tuesday, August 10th.
Not everything needs to be a Fortnite collab. Oh man, I was gonna watch that. You're still here? Gone? So RT's been looking into the demo more, currently reviewing. Clips, screenshots, nothing big at first. Who sends faxes like this? Questions come up, intention to do more. A secret project started some time ago. Nothing, huh? You're impossible. I'll get to the point. I need something from you. One thing. Do one thing and I'll give you the builds they have. Not much out there to find of them besides the infamous video. Need something better, special, secret, intimate. Something no tabloids got a hold of. Something only you would have. Can you do that? Something intimate, something special. Anything to keep all eyes on me? An email? Oh boy. Okay. Oh yeah, now we can open it. Hey Pretty Blues, did you hear I'm online 24/7, baby? You know what? I'm everywhere all at once. Just like you, all over the web, baby. Spreading and spreading and spreading and spreading, sharing and linking and reposting. And what a trip to visit. Break these terms of service if you want to join my paradise. Illegal activities are strictly prohibited. Play the game you created and watch it all burn. Play about all about the one and only? No. Huh. That's a very bad one. So today is August 8th, 2023. Hi, Speedy, how are you doing? Branched one way over 2 screens? I wish. That would have been funny, but it would have been much harder to stream. There's no thing. Also, I'm not sure how to send stuff on here. Do I just drag it to the dialer? Invalid file. Okay. That's what I figured it was. It was something to do with it, but didn't like the file type. That didn't work. That was what I tried to send, wasn't it? It's a fax machine. I definitely can't send audio. But it's funny to try. Kitty. after that convo to finally write this. Somehow, or more likely, I kept staring at a blank screen every time I tried. I'm that out of practice. I haven't written one of my little emails in a while. Don't you feel special? Well, anyway, let me dust myself off and put my expressing myself cap on. Oh, good Lord. Dearest M, it really was special, everything. I feel so much closer to you both, and on top of that, I really appreciate seeing you two talk afterwards. I don't want to say too much or interrupt, but it's always nice to see my boys communicate. Oh, it all sounds sillier the way I rewrite it, so I'm just gonna stop overthinking and say what I feel. In different ways, you both can be so stubborn, and I can be that too. I wasn't sure we'd be able to make it work, but we did. We really did, and I still find it hard to believe how easy it was, how natural it felt, and for that moment, we all felt so perfectly in sync. Like it was all meant to be, fated, predetermined by the script and code. Okay. I won't ever forget, and I know neither of you will either. I just hope we can do it more often. It's good practice, you know? How far can we take it? How far does the influence spread? So many questions, not enough testing if you ask me. And you know, I love tests. Anyway, little Mr. Shypants decided to delete that last bit of our convo, but it shouldn't surprise you that I saved it. Should it? I'm sure you did the same, but just in case you didn't, I might have snuck it in the updated untitled folder I sent. Should be in Billy's alongside a few crash dumps and junk. Oh. Okay, I wonder when he'll realize he lost a few privileges. You do always keep your promises. Should I test him, my Joker? Forever and ever, Kitty. All right. Rooms. Billy. Is it you? Please dial recipients. What is your number? That's an email! Didn't we get... Yeah, I'm just trying to remember where I got it, because I didn't put it in my other notes. Okay, yeah, that's blank. The rock track in the background, that's Mikey riffing. Oh, where was it? Wasn't it in the email? Let me also close these. (0149) An online spectacle, adoring fans watch you. Oh. Hello? Can I get a snooze on the ads? Please and thank you. Oh, here it is. Not what I expected. Interesting. Interesting all the same. Vulnerable, yes, and weird. So much trust there was. More than life, more than self. Sounds like danger depending. And it makes you wonder that same question everyone wonders. Very weird, all three. Very weird, huh? That night must have been weird. But something sure seems familiar. And familiarly pink. Weird. Fun. Well, if deal's a deal, check the USB. You'll be impressed to find out RT can get things done. USB? Is that the hard drive? This is the USB connected hard drive? Oh, like hat picks. Still there. I was gonna say visually it's a USB. It's a cat. He's zooted. He's hella zooted. I know. I figured it was the wrong spot. USB. Again, there's a lot of these we can't do anything with. Folder browser? No. Home data. Interesting. This is so stupid. Word from the one-way restoration team. Okay, that's classic. Okay. Darn it. No? Hey, uh-oh. I just wanted to say, it really does mean a lot. Like, shit. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! It's hard for me to talk like this. Are we gonna find out that we just, like, screwed up our entire relationship by leaking it to whoever we message it to? A lot. I really do trust you, and... Ugh. Come on, Slush. Oh, okay. Also, I can't tell what this is. Like, a mangled corpse? Oh, why is it doing that? It's that girl again. God damn it! It moves when I drag it. Okay. Is it her? Okay. Hold on. Can I go to... Because this is where he was messaging us from. Hard for me. Ugh, I love you. I do love you both. I know we can make this work. Hold on a second. Okay. Ah, shit. Why did you refresh? Shit, it grosses me out to even think of anyone else knowing me like this. Whatever. I'm getting too weird. It's weird. You're not even up right now, are you? I guess that makes it easier. I am. God damn it! Wait. He just sent this. And then... Why is it appearing like this? Because we know today's is August... What is it? What was it? August 8th, 2023? Like a loving wife, I'm sure. Oh, good Lord. Okay, so this is us talking about Dollhouse. Doing my best to teach her how to act safer, and she ignores everything I say. She likes to disrespect you. Oh, good Lord. Oh, good Lord. One Riz.exe. All right, somebody shoot grins. I can't open dress up again. I can't open Dollhouse, but guess we'll do this. Fuck. Back for Vorhan? Must be a drag doing the same thing again, waiting to notice every tiny little bit of change. Rainbow! I don't like the breathing. I don't like the breathing. Haven't you seen it all already? Oh, uh-oh. Digitize. Is she always gonna be actress between each chapter? Do I need to do hers next? Is that what I need to do? I hate it! I hate it! I forget, can I speed up the rate that, like, the pop-ups started? I don't like that. I was going towards her, I'm pretty sure. Did I win an iPhone? Hi, Willow.
Exposure leads to tolerance. That's the mechanism. The first response is disgust.
That's probably even the worst thing to happen this week.
Oh, hey, I know
the only
this
reason
nerd.
it's sticking right now is because it has this creepy, mysterious angle that makes...
The next is curiosity.
Why people latch on to this is because it feels like something you weren't supposed to know about. It's the kind of story you'd hear from a friend at 2 a.m., half whispered.
Eventually, it becomes utility. With repetition, the content stops registering as violent.
We'll get all weird about it when it's recent, but in like 22.3 years, it'll just be another bit of internet folklore people tell for fun.
Viewed as usable, a scene to reference, a feeling to trigger what's been dulled by previous clicks.
Will end up turning this fascination into irrational hatred soon enough.
Over time,
this chat. I need to see those guts, please.
The footage is kept for how it might serve, to write, to reflect, to feel.
The internet used to feel like that all the time, like it was full of secrets you had to stumble into.
The reaction fades, but the pattern remains.
The fact that it's real just gives it more weight.
Even if it's real, even if it's awful.
It's all sorted and categorized, then pulled back when needed.
At least it feels alive.
All right, we made it back. Okay, then it's just the same proper transition again. If we close the game here, is it gonna, like, is it gonna save it here, or? Must have been a recent clip because of the model. Ash. Loops too. Okay, so it auto-saved. Maybe it's here, maybe it's before this. I'm fine with doing the run though again, because it was kind of different. All right, but yeah, that's what we're gonna call it today, chat. It's already past 4. I'm gonna have to scatter soon. We may do a movie night tonight. I don't know what we're gonna watch just yet, but last week we did American Psycho, And I don't know what we're gonna do today. Take glasses off. Take glasses off. Can't forget my jacket either. But we're gonna be playing more next week. I am playing the entirety of this game. I am 100% playing the entirety of this game. We'll probably be playing more Monday or Tuesday. I don't know which day it'll be, but it'll be one of those. And if we don't finish it that way, which we probably won't because we only made it through 2 rooms this time, we will keep going until I finish it. It is so fucking cool. But we need to figure out who to raid. I think we're going to raid Izzy. Izzy just started stream. It looks like she's going to be playing Escape Simulator too. The Oozer. Yeah, the Oozer. Kind of want to watch a slasher tonight, I think. Probably, maybe. I know that ooze. We all know that ooze because Izzy is the best ooze. On top of that, we will more than likely be here Saturday. Surprise Saturday stream, possibly. I may have the entire house to myself this weekend, so me and Izzy are tentatively planning to do a collab stream on Saturday. I gave her a code to Godbreakers this morning because I had an extra one. So we will probably be playing Godbreakers on Saturday. I don't know how long we'll go. Hopefully it's going to be a long stream again. I might be able to make it to a Saturday stream. Let's go. Let's go. But I will see you guys either tonight, tomorrow for Mage over on Hectic stream, or Saturday, whichever happens first. If you aren't in the Discord, I highly do recommend joining it. Oh, I totally put an I there for some reason. Don't know how I did that. But Mage, yeah, we have Mage tomorrow. More Mage shenanigans. After we totally didn't just blow up and kill all of the richest people in the city. Don't overthink that. But until then, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for enjoying the game. And make sure you thank Ash for giving me the key to this game. She's the best. Go buy a keychain. I want one someday when I have enough spending money for extra things like that. Someday. Someday. But until then, bye.